Pleasant good morning to you and welcome to Cumberland playing field on the northern side of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, where we are carrying live coverage here of the Windward Islands under 15 Super 6 50 overs tournament here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And this morning we are here with the third place playoff between St. Lucia and the host St. Vincent and the Grenadines. The two Saints are here at Cumberland, and with me this morning is no other than Cecil Charles. Welcome to Cumberland, Cecil.
Thank you very much, and good morning, Martin. Good morning to our viewers. As you rightly said, the third place playoff, a late start, overs reduced to 45. St. Vincent winning the toss and elected to field. And so St. Lucia will be taking the first knock. And my first opportunity to say St. Lucia as well.
Well, also is the first time actually St. Vincent playing at Cumberland for this tournament.
Definitely.
And they would have some getting used to, although they are probably some of the players are accustomed to the conditions here. But it's the first time for the tournament, and St. Lucia have batted first in all games.
Well, that's what's worse. And they're the defending champs.
Well,
we see Tyrese Hackshaw is going to pick it up from the northern end. Sporting number 11 on the back of his shirt. Lovely conditions at Cumberland. The sun not yet out in its splendor, but very good conditions for cricket. There's a bit of moisture on the outfield, and I'm sure that once the sun continues to beat down, that would dissipate very quickly.
Yeah, so first delivery to be bowled. Outside the off stump, one bounce to the wicket keeper. Not a chilling start, but a start. Had some overnight rain yesterday also, so the outfield is a little bit damp, but the conditions are pretty good for cricket still here at Cumberland. And we're looking forward for an interesting game between these two. St. Vincent coming off their first win, St. Lucia losing to Dominica. And this really makes for an interesting game between these two here today. See, this one is down the leg side. Wide signal by the umpire. So we see the habit of bowling these extra deliveries during this tournament continues.
Very prevalent indeed. And St. Lucia opening with Canil Nelson, sporting number 11, and the number 13 in Daniel Lord.
So a change in the order up top for St. Lucia. Paget, I think that's the only half century so far in the tournament. Paget from St. Lucia scoring a half century here against, it was the opponent Dominica. No, Grenada in the first game. Unfortunately, that game was rained out. From memory, I think that's the only half century so far in this tournament. This one is outside the off stump again. Another wide delivery.
And it is something that I've picked up from the games I've seen against St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Hackshaw, his very first over tend to be wayward. A number of wides where he tend to settle in the second over and beyond. But it is something that I've seen now on two occasions.
Yeah, this is your third game. You should be getting these things right by now. This one is a fuller delivery down the leg stump. Umpire not really interested in that one. St. Vincent and the Grenadines winning the toss and electing to bowl here as the sun comes out in all its glory here, Cecil.
Certainly, I think the late arrival of the St. Vincent team resulted in the reduction of overs.
This one is on the leg stump. A beautiful shot through the onside. Is running close to the boundary. Would not get there. Picks up 2 more runs. 2 runs to get things started here off the bat. Really.
Yes, and the total is what? 7? 7 without loss, and we're still in over number 1.
Well, first runs off the bat as well.
Definitely. And in comparison, I looked at this surface as well as that at Park Hill. And what I found, Martin, I think you have had the experience at Park Hill. There tend to be more pace and bounce at Park Hill than what I've seen here at the Cumberland playing field.
Yes, and the ball carries through a little bit more at Park Hill, and it gives you an even surface, a more even surface at Park Hill to play. And this one is a full toss, and it's taken out the middle stump. after young batter from St. Lucia, really, he missed everything and the ball didn't miss the stumps.
Well, I think what happened, he played across the line, was looking to go on the onside, full delivery, full toss, about knee height, missed, and his middle stump went walking, and really a surprise package there for Haksha.
Yeah, really, it was a full delivery. He missed everything. That was Lord, it is?
Nelson is livid with himself. Who to blame?
Himself. St. Lucia have lost their first wicket, and St. Vincent has taken their first one, and they are on a high here this morning. St. Lucia has Nelson walk back to the pavilion, really dejected, but no one's to blame but himself.
No, he can't blame anyone, but it was a full delivery, not with a lot of pace, but he was looking to work it through mid-wicket and missed. He missed it, but that's what it is. You bowl at the stumps. When you miss, I hit.
Really fun to see from this end. Couldn't believe he missed that delivery, but he did. A wicket, first wicket there, so for St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Senaki Louis making his way out to join Lord, and they would want to do some repair work for St. Lucia, having lost that early wicket in the very first over. Really a mixed bag so far from Haksha.
Well, actually, first delivery on the stumps got him a wicket. Was a full one, but it worked.
It worked. It worked. It really worked. And I think that should do his confidence a world of good, and just hope that he can settle from having that early breakthrough.
A short delivery is a appeal to touch a bat. Hit high somewhere.
The shoulder. And perhaps we'll get a replay there. But it was a good short delivery to get first up, Martin. Well, if he didn't wake up as yet, that was a wake-up call.
Well, that's the first short delivery I've seen for the tournament, really. Going across a shoulder height.
I've seen a few. I've seen a few at Park Hill. I've seen from him, I think there was the Dominican fast bowler, the opening bowler.
Haksha down the leg side, full toss again, clipped. The fielder does well, a little bit of football there, but he stops inside of the boundary, and St. Lucia has picked up another run, a leg by signal by the umpire.
So the over finally comes to an end. So at the end of over number 1, or at 6 for 1, 6 for 1, a mixed bag, but fortunately for Haksha, he has something on the fourth column.
Well, fortunate for him, fortunate for St. Vincent and the Grenadines, but they would take it anyhow it comes here at Cumberland. These two teams battling for third place. Just reminding you, there's another game being played for championship at Park Hill between Grenada and Dominica. That game also will be streamed live, ITFX, and also on the YouTube and the St. Vincent and the Grenadines page, the Windward Islands page as well. So if you're looking to have a view, those are the places that you should check.
Definitely. So it's going to be Matanaya Stapleton who is going to pick it up from the river end, and the familiar opening pair for St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And according to the playing conditions, Martin, the opening bowlers would have to bowl 10 overs. Well,
Stapleton, first delivery shot. Pulls it to the man
got away with that.
Right to the man at mid-wicket, who does the fielding. Looks to me as saying that was Bob. Even see me look like Bob there at mid-wicket for St. Vincent and the Grenadines. There's a slip, a backward point, a third man, a short extra cover.
Bob is at mid-off. Looking for, it looks like Tittle.
Titler slip. This one is on the leg side and he whips it. Full toss. This time make use of the full toss into the fence before a bad delivery there by Stapleton and dealt with accordingly.
Oh yes, got the treatment it deserved. And the total now 1 to 10.
Well, 4 runs to him.
Contrary to that of Nelson.
Well, fortunate for him, he did the right thing. He didn't miss that delivery this time, and really pounced on it into the fence for 4 good-looking runs to him. And that should bring him some confidence as well.
Yes, down the leg side, wide signal. Stapleton again, normally with in the first over struggles a bit, and one hope that they would settle rather quickly. And Martin, it has been a concern of mine. Really, 50 overs for this age group, barring the number of wides, I think it's really a lot, asking a lot of the youngsters.
This one is beating him outside the off. Some good delivery as the rest of his compatriots claps their hands and say, well, bowl Stapleton. That's the line you should be bowling. Yes, Charlie, it's a concern for me as well. And through the years, we have seen where teams really don't bat 50 overs in this tournament consistently.
30 or 35.
Yeah.
Not. I think the only inning so far through this tournament that a team batted 50 overs, I think, was St. Lucia. No other team have gotten to that stage.
This one is left outside the off stump to the keeper's glove. But the thing is, also another concern is that the amount of extra deliveries, when you count those, it probably goes up. It goes up to about 50 overs.
Yeah, batting even 35, when the number of deliveries, you see teams bowling 20 odd wides in an innings. And that is really asking a lot from the players. In fact, in the last game at Park Hill that I saw on Friday, there was a bowler who actually bowled at a 12 ball over.
This one is right behind it. Compact in defense. Stapleton Fields.
So you know that Christmas carol, that Christmas song, 2 Christmas in 1? So that was 2 overs in 1.
Yes, it's a concern of mine as well. And the workload, really. It's a lot for these youngsters, and they're not really applying themselves as they ought to in respect of it.
And interestingly, the first 2 days, you played 2 consecutive days. And even at the senior level, there are a couple of rest days. So it was really asking a lot of the youngsters.
Yes, on the way down to Cumberland, and then the journey is a little bit, has some distance on it as well. Good delivery outside the off stump.
Good carry as well.
Well, bowled by Stapleton, that brings you over to an end after over number 2, St. Vincent and the Grenadines winning the toss. And in St. Lucia, they are 11 for 1.
11 for 1, so not a bad over at all by Stapleton. The first delivery was down a full toss down the leg side, a gift. And he was swung through backward square leg down to the boundary for 4, but he came back pretty well and tightened things up, and the end just giving away 5 runs.
Yes, not a bad over. Came back pretty good. Hit the off stump, had some bounce and pace, and well carrying to the wicket keeper, and really something positive coming from that over as well. He bowled with some pace. Charlie, I've seen him in a couple of his games. So you should be able to say much more about him.
When he settles, he can be pretty tidy. He would attack the stumps, and that's what you want to see at this age, where you have players attacking the stumps, getting the ball in the right areas on a consistent basis, and ensuring that the batsmen play at the ball. One of the things I hated when I was a bowler, when I played the game, Martin, is that I run up and a batsman shoulders arm and leave alone. I always count it as wasted energy.
Well, some will view it differently. Some say that's when a batsman leaves alone, he's uncertain.
Not necessarily so.
But you would say that they give him a sighter. This one is down the leg stump with some pace. Wide signal by the umpire.
Yes, a wide, but I think from what I've seen, Haksha is one of the quicker bowlers I've seen throughout the tournament. He has some pace. I think when you look at his run-up, there is a little stutter as he gets just behind that umpire. And I think if the coaches can smooth that out, and he will be able to generate a bit more pace.
Yes, his approach needs to be looked at. He's bowling with some pace at this age. Lanky fella, high. This one again, played by the batter in front of him, right behind in line, textbook style. Just some few minor adjustments, Charlie, would help these players really go forward. And these are the things that we should be looking at as coaches, and so that next year or the next tournament they don't suffer because those things weren't adjusted.
So the coaches will have some work to do, and I'm sure, in fact, I drew it to their attention. Wide. Signaled by umpire Bilinji.
Man from Beckway.
And so I think they know that they have something to work with and to work on in trying to iron out these little flaws.
The thing is, I think preparation for these tournaments are too short, really. And from what I've gathered, the information I've gathered so far, players, this one is a good one outside the house. Something to the keeper's glove. Players are left on their own until the tournament is about to come up, close by 2-3 months.
Well, Martin, there's no structure, there's no cricket, and you actually send out an invitation for players. And they go into a camp, you work with them, and then you downsize as you go on. And not sure enough time is there for really iron out some of these flaws.
The concern for me is that the players are not playing enough cricket, and you could see it coming out when the players are on the field, when they are playing their cricket, because the lack of cricket causes them to make these errors and so on.
We see that at all levels.
Yeah, really? The lack of cricket.
And it's something that we have to look at in terms of the development of our cricket, because we have continued to lament that whole aspect of development, what we do within the region and at the West Indies level. What is a program in place to have proper development of youngsters?
This one is a good one outside the house. Some beating the bat. He went for a drive, really. As a slip, a backward point, a short extra cover, a mid wicket, short, mid on, mid off, and a third man. Also a fine leg. Titley's at first slip. St.Vincent and the Grenadines winning the toss and inserting the St. Lucians here at Cumberland. Haksha runs away from us. Good delivery outside the off stump. As you said, he's one of the quicker bowlers in the tournament, also with the Dominican captain, Fontaine. Yes, these two stands out in my mind.
Yeah, those two stand out in my mind, and the two I've seen bowl bouncers at will.
Yeah,
you know, for their age, and it's really something that you can look forward to. I'm looking forward to hear their names somewhere down the road in the next couple of years.
As he stops it in his run, he's not too comfortable. Also, a name that pops out in my head again. This youngster from Grenada, Bishop.
Oh, yes,
the ambidextrous Bishop.
I
Bowls with his right, bowls with his left.
Fantastic. I think he bowled his first 5 overs right. His right arm off spin, and then the next 5 would bowl left arm orthodox.
I'm telling you, he's something to look at.
Yes.
Small,
fact,
diminutive figure.
Him down here, and he said his father taught him that from a very young age. And he can write with both hands. He threw with both hands, and he can bat both left and right.
Yeah, that's a talent that you don't
Rare
see.
Talent.
You don't see every day. You don't run into that every day. After over number 3 here at Cumberland, St. Lucia versus St. Vincent and the Grenadines, the score is now 13 or 12?
Struggling a bit.
13 for 1.
Struggling
yes.
to really to
look
pick
at
it up on the scoreboard on the far side. So Stapleton will continue as he makes his way back to that far end, the river end. That's where you catch all the treachery from. The St. Lucian call it titui.
Yeah, I hope you had your share.
I had my fair share of it. I had a few this morning as well for breakfast.
Wow, you could have been generous and bring a few with you.
and unfortunately.
So Cumberland, a really beautiful cricket ground here on the northern side of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. As play continues here between these two saints. This one is a short, sort of ballooning bounce.
Tennis-like bounce. And he was fanning at that. Not really a full-blooded cut shot. He was a fan, a sort of get-out shot.
Yeah, sort of been in two minds. Was in two minds, really, whether to leave it alone, whether to play. And at the end of the day, he went for that shot and really could have gotten himself into some trouble there.
So we are seeing the Winlott, Windward Islands under 15 Super 50 tournament in progress. the Battle of the Saints, where the final between Dominique and Grenada taking place at the Park Hill playing field.
Swan is hitting the outer portion of the bat for Tuas, but one goes to the scorebook, one goes to his name as well. So a run to him brings the score to 14 for 1. But
and let's see. I think he just got off the mark.
Yes, I think that's his first run. So I want to say kudos to our technical team, ITFX Solution. They have always been with us, Charlo, throughout these years and all the tournaments. You have done a fantastic job.
Definitely. All congratulations must go to Paul Gans and his team for the hard work that they put in.
Yeah, do a fantastic job. They're always here on time, doing what has to be done, and really big up to them. Quality broadcasts only gets better as time goes on.
Definitely, the more you do it, the better you should become.
Indeed. As the sun goes into the cloud, a little bit overcast condition here. Stapleton operating from that river end, Chichi end at Cumberland, bounces away. Outside you have some full delivery into the keeper's glove.
And I checked the weather forecast, and it really said we should get some isolated thunderstorms, thunder showers, but the sun has disappeared, and we see some of the dark clouds, heavy clouds coming around, but just hoping that we do not have any interruptions.
Well, hopefully there won't be any, and this game will come to a completion here today. This one is on the up dropping shot of the man at square leg. Good effort by him though. Unfortunately, it fell short, and another run to Lord, St. Lucian. But that was a close call there for Lord.
Definitely was looking to work it on the onside. It really lobbed it, but fell short of that diving fielder. That's it's Jarez Batiste at that square leg position. And Lord got a single in the process.
Yeah, so it's Lord and Louis at the crease for St. Lucia. Stapleton and Hackshaw operating here for St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Two fast bowlers. This one is lifting delivery, hitting the outer portion of the bat, but safe. Down to third man, another run to Louis.
He goes on to 2. The total now on to 16.
Well, over number 4 has come to an end. St. Vincent and the Grenadines winning the toss.
The over is still in progress. The left and right hand combination.
Oh, Charlo, the eyes are fooling me these days.
Forcing the umpires to change position. That's human error. To err is human.
I do agree.
I'm just looking across the field, and I was just wondering if I'm seeing a light drizzle wide down the leg side. And the big figure of Cornelius Edwards signals are wide.
Well, it's taking up a little portion of the land there, Mr. Edwards.
Goes on to 17. Very heavy set individual.
Indeed. St. Vincent and the Grenadines versus St. Lucia. St. Lucia has been a dominant team over a number of years in this tournament. This year not being that fortunate. Actually here at Cumberland playing for third place. Something that they probably never envisioned.
Definitely. Never envisioned. And I think I was chatting with one of the commentators at Park, and I think they were saying that the St. Lucian officials were mentioning the structure they have in place, and it would be a force to reckon with over the next couple of years. But the weather has played a part.
Yes, it has.
In all of this, but from all indications, they have been a team that looks very prepared indeed.
Yeah, they have been very consistent. As you said earlier, they are the only team who have batted 50 overs. They were given 40 overs. They batted their 40 overs. And really, they did well as a team. Unfortunately, the weather played a part in the first game, and it was rained out. And they played a game against Dominica, where Dominica really outplayed them and they lost to Dominica in the last game. And unfortunately, they're here today. Cricket is a game of glorious uncertainties.
Well, my good friend Stanley would say glorious certainties.
Good morning, Stanley Hines, wherever you are.
Yes, so that's it. The law of averages would tell you you don't normally have a perfect game, and we would have seen that in the World Cup.
Yes.
India had a perfect game right up to the final.
Well, I would say they had a perfect tournament until such time.
So there was you had to lose one somewhere along the line, but you would want to lose before you get down to that stage.
Not at that stage. Not at that stage
at all. And we saw a few tears shed.
I think
when they lost.
There are still tears being shed in India.
Well, some people have to move away from the game a while in order to compose themselves and to get back into a sober frame of mind.
But Aksha continues to operate here for St. Vincent and the Grenadines. The number 11 on his back around the wicket. A good delivery. Well played there by Lord. Things were rather quiet here, Aksha.
Yeah. Yes, very quiet at the Cumberland playing field. And so they're recognizing that 45 overs are a lot of overs, and they would have to apply themselves if they have to put a decent total on the board.
And that is something I've seen from the St. Lucian team as well. They have batted as a team. They never really panicked when they are batting. I could remember in a Park Hill, their 9th wicket put on a partnership of 65. 65 between both of them. That was the skipper, Willie. And I can't remember the other name presently. But they put on 65 at the 9th wicket.
And that's good. That's refreshing for your youngsters to develop at that stage and to apply themselves like that and give this sort of support and put a total on the board that your bowlers can defend.
Yes.
But getting back to St. Vincent and the Grenadines, it was a very good bowling effort against the Grenadians. They got 95 and bowled out Grenada for 94, winning by just 1 run.
Close game that was. This one is a good delivery as they insert a man at silly point. That is Bob, I think that is there.
It looks like Bob.
Skipper saying that there's some moisture in the wicket, there's some bounce as well. So putting that man short, extra cover, the really silly point, we call it. The name speaks for itself.
Definitely. Sometimes you wonder how they come up with some of the names, but logically, when you look at it, you could understand that. But I think what I liked and what I saw the St. Vincent against Grenada was the maturity from Zach Thomas, in which he bowled, and he really looked like a seasoned campaigner. And Martin, he was bowling stump to stump. I think 3 or 4 of his 5 wickets were bowled down. So whenever you miss, I hit. And he was really impressive.
Yeah, Zach has been in this tournament for I think about 4 years now. He himself and Bob, they were introduced in this tournament at 10 years old. And actually at 10 years old, they impressed so much that they were named in the Windward reserve. And really from as they went on with their cricket, they have developed. And really, at this age, he really should be doing that. And I'm happy to see he's at that stage.
Yes, and I think the captain as well, he handled the team well. He was really outstanding in terms of the way he handled and marshaled his forces, the way he changed the bowlers. And just like at every change, something happened. It was as if everything he did that day was turned into gold.
Yeah, Charles, he's a very good cricketer, good upcoming cricketer he is. And dead ball signal by the umpire. Something wasn't right there.
Lord just pulling away and at the last minute. And
Get back to your mark, brother. Get back to your mark.
Well, as I said earlier, Charlo, it's good to see Charles. Charles, he plays at the Premier Division, and that experience he has used in this tournament. He plays with the North Leeward team, and he plays amongst the peers, the older guys. So with that experience, this one is hitting the outer portion of the bat. There's a third man there who does the feeling. And another run to Lord. One more to St. Lucia as well. Yes. So with that inclusion into that side very early, it helped him with his cricket.
Definitely will, because you're playing at a higher level and something would rub off. You would certainly have that. And from all indication that Charles and Slater are related, and
Yes.
they are from the same household as well. And there was a partnership between Charles and Slater at the Park Hill playing field, and you see they really apply themselves with a lot of maturity.
This one is clipped off his legs sweetly into the fence, over the ropes now. Signal by umpire Bilingi, 4 runs to him, a full delivery by Aksha, and dealt with with some authority.
Louis picked it up and really played it beautifully through square leg, and it raced over the outfield and into the fence for 4, as the total goes up to 23.
Yeah, just have a little issue with the scoreboard, really. 23 for 1, yes it is. 4.5 overs bowled Charlo. And St. Lucia lost a wicket in the first over. And they have picked themselves back up, really, slowly but surely. But they are getting there. Louis and Lord batting here for St. Lucia.
So, and the dark clouds have disappeared and the sun is back with us.
Well, somebody's playing cat and mouse with us.
It's good to see the sun back.
Disappears again. Sun is short and he's punching lovely through covers. He's gone for 1. He's looking for a second. I don't think there would be a second, as the ball holds up in the field, in the middle of the field. But a good shot there.
Definitely short outside the off stump, and he got on his toes, Louis, and punched it out to extra cover. Got a single for it. The total goes on to 24. So at the end of over number 5, it's 24 for 1, going at 4. For about 4.8.
We'll get that in a bit from our
Run
scorers, run rate. We don't have the ability to do that here. We don't have the necessaries in front of us. We'll get that from our scorers. And really, just a question though, Charlo. What score you think would be a reasonable score, a score that would bring you victory here for St. Lucia?
Well,
a competitive score.
From what I've seen in terms of the St. Vincent and the Grenadines batting, it's just one game they got over 100. They got 104. 104. They were bowled out in the first game for 45. Against Grenada, they got 95. And I think 100, 120, I think, would pose a threat.
This one is short and he's pulling it through square leg. He's gone for 1.
Out to that forward square leg position and picked up 2.
Yeah, having that sort of tennis bounce as we described earlier. Probably some moisture in the wicket there, overnight moisture from the rain during the past 2 days or so.
And also the sweating under the covers.
Yeah. But Louis continued batting here for St. Lucia. Short lifting delivery.
Using his height there, getting up on his toes and dropping it in front of him. Good technique shown by the youngster.
And that tells you that he has been playing some cricket as well. Louis, he's technically sound. From where we are seeing him. Gets behind the delivery, plays it nicely. Side on. The ball is short, he pulls outside the off stump, he cuts. Look rather balanced at the crease. This one is sprayed outside the off stump, wide by Stapleton, wide signal by the umpire. So another extra delivery being bowled here.
Yes, and we try to get how many wides so far, as the total goes on to 27.
How many extras have been bowled thus far?
Eight wide so far.
Stapleton
Gold.
Yeah, right on target there this time, yeah. Stapleton.
So, really keeping things rather tight. So we are into over number 6. Beautifully played, short, and he got into position nicely and hooked it out to the long leg position. Picks up a boundary, And the total goes on to 31, but it was short. Again, Louis showing that propensity to play the hook shot. And he was really in good position there, Martin, and dispatched it.
Yes, that was a short delivery, and he came inside. He really got inside of that delivery and pulled it through square leg confidently, and it rushed over the rope for 4 runs. 4 good-looking runs here by Louis as he continues to bat here for St. Lucia, and he continues to get even more confident as he goes on in innings. He's looking more and more as better and better as the inning goes on.
He looks to he's a 19 according to the scorebook. The score said good sensible cricket. Good sensible cricket there by Louis. Got a short of a length and he just tucked it out to mid-wicket. Soft hands, and he picked up a single. So he moves to 20 and the total now on to 32.
Well, from the time he played that delivery, he called his partner. He said, yeah. He knew exactly what he was doing, and he took off, and he got the response from Lord and an easy single in the end.
Yes, and Lord, who has been there from the outset, he's on 2 and really playing that cheat anchor role for St. Lucia. Time he's back on across and plays it out to extra cover as the over number 6 comes to an end. 32 for 1, going at over about 5.4.
5.33. Projected score is 3-3.
1 some and over.
Yeah.
5.66. Good. Thank you. Just trying to do the maths out my head, Martin.
Yeah.
And then now it's all as 5.36.
Well, St. Lucia losing their first wicket and the first over, and really setting them back from the start. But these two have come together and batted really nicely for St. Lucia, and putting on a very good partnership between these two so far as Haksha continues to bowl here for St. Vincent and the Grenadines. A lovely shot to the man at backward point that came off the bat sweetly.
I expect something like that from you, Martin. Typical left-hander shot. you are left-hander yourself, who knows about playing square off the wicket, but it really was a crisp shot, but straight to point.
Attractive shot, that is. Really attractive shot. That is from Louis. Again.
Jazz. And not feel it cleanly again, straight to point. Bubbles through his hands and they threw for 1.
I'll probably feeling the effect of the first one, Charlo.
It went with some power.
2 good shots here by Louis, really coming on his front foot and looking very classy. Stroking into the man at backward point and picking up another single. And he grows in confidence as his innings goes on.
And he moves on to 21. So there's something there tells us that there's the ability by the young man. There is Haksha missing his run and has to abort that and has to start all over again. Total 33 for 1. We are in over number 7. And
good delivery outside the off stump into the keeper's glove. So good judgment there on behalf of Lord from St. Lucia, picking up the line outside the off stump. Good judgment, shoulder arms into the keeper's glove as the sun leaves us here again at Cumberland. Overcast conditions. Skipper Charles just having a conversation with Haksha. This one is just hitting the outer portion of the bat really and squeezing out to the man, a third man. Another single to Lord as things continue to turn over here slowly but surely for St. Lucia.
Definitely. So it's now 34 for 1 over number 7. And really these two trying to rebuild for St. Lucia. And St. Vincent would want to get among the wickets.
They would have to, based on the statistics. This one is a full delivery.
And that's a no ball. It's above waist height. He was looking to bang it somewhere. It was above his height. Signaled by the square leg umpire. And now signaled by Billinger, indicating now there's a free hit. So 35 for 1. And we can see skipper Charles drying that ball, perhaps picking up a bit of moisture.
Well, I think Haksha is tiring as well. That could be an issue. So wide outside the house now.
Signal, so the free hit would still be in order. 36 for 1. So Haksha will have to bowl that all over again.
Louis will be eyeing it up again to go over the top, looking for maximum from this delivery. And Haksha have to be careful if he bowls another full delivery above the waist. He might be out of this game.
It's driving out to mid-off. He gets no run. And really, that one, you could hear that woody song from the bottom of the bat. And so Haksha would be very happy and that he did not concede a run in that free hit.
Yeah, Louis just trying to pour it out of the ground, really hitting the lower portion of the bat, didn't time it properly, and only finding the man at mid-off. And a dot delivery again being bowled here by Haksha. No run from that free hit. This time he's driving upishly to backward point, really looking just like the old left-handers of old, that era.
Picking up that
strength and weaknesses. Yes. Brian Lara just in backward point. He always loved to go for that shot just on the off stump, and where he was caught a couple of times at backward point, but a few went through blistering.
Oh yes. So over number 7 comes to an end. It's now 37 for 1, and we are going to welcome the home boy into the commentary box this morning. I think he had a privileged sleep, and we need to get him involved. And I think the time has come when he would co-host you, Martin.
Yes, and so welcome to Casnell Morris, the man from Cumberland himself. I think he was instrumental in getting this ground sorted.
Good morning to you, Martin. Good morning to the viewers around the world, wherever you're viewing us from. And good start for the St. Lucians this morning. St. Vincent and the Grenadines having an early wicket, but from there on, the St. Lucians have marched on somewhat to say, and they are comfortably doing so in the comfort of the two pace bowlers that they have here.
Well, St. Lucia 37 for 1 after losing that first wicket in the first over. Louis and Lord came together and batted very positively and also maturely during that time, and they continue to do so as there's a change in the bowling here for St. Vincent. Full delivery being pounced on, only finding the man at mid-on. We'll get the name of the bowler soon. Davon Johnny. I think this is his first game for St. Vincent, is it?
It is. He's from the western side, the eastern side of the island, more so. It's in the air. It could be taken. The man at the square leg takes the catch now, and the change of bowling did the work.
Well, it was mentioned earlier. Charles said that skipper Charles from St. Vincent made the changes against Dominica, against Grenada, and it worked. And automatically, as he changed, here goes Louis looking for that pull shot, which he have played very well until now, and he has lost his wicket through that. And St. Lucia have lost wicket number 2, that of Louis, and he was looking well, but unfortunately he has to go back to the pavilion.
Yes, he will be disappointed with that he did not get much for that shot. As a matter of fact, it stood up in the chat because of that early morning moisture, and he was swiveling right on it, but just took the top edge of it a bit much slower than that of Matanaya's piece. So maybe he did not take enough time to adjust and adjudicate the pace of that ball, and then so was able to only get that 2 square leg.
So that brings Poyet to the crease for St. Lucia. St. Lucia now 37 for 2. Poyet comes to the crease. Nice cooling condition here at Cumberland. St. Vincent and the Grenadines winning the toss, inserting the St. Lucians. And they have done justice to that so far this morning. 37-2. I think they would be very much satisfied with their work so far.
Yeah, Poet had a very was instrumental in that first game that had no result against the Grenadines when he scored 59 runs, and that also ended up, as I said, in a no result. He also had some very cameos in other games against Grenada and also St. Vincent in Park Hill. So now he would be looking to see how best he can really carry on the total here for St. Lucia.
I think Poet has scored the only half century so far in the tournament. And really, he batted nicely, really nicely against the Grenadians in the first game. Unfortunately, the rain affected that game. St. Lucia couldn't get the full result that they wanted. And Poet would look to carry on from here. First delivery full. Push back to the man at mid-off, really. St. Lucia has dominated this tournament for a number of years. This year doesn't continue their dominance. They're here playing for third place against St. Vincent. The Saints are here.
All Saints.
All Saints are here. This one is a short one, not taken cleanly, and that pass rather closely to the helmet there. Cosnell could have been some bonus runs for St. Lucia, but wide signal by the umpire, and they ran one as well.
Well, they would have dealt well to those bonus runs. That was a bit sloppy work there by a bit. Don't want to be too mean, but you've been keeping all. Should be able to get that one. Is 39-2, and St. Vincent and the Grenadines will look to see how much they can get past this 10 over slot in order to get the spin in quickly. Again, another slower delivery from Johnson. It is
Johnny.
Sorry.
Johnny is bowling from the Chichi end. You haven't brought any Chichi for me, now.
Well, actually, I have them stored. I'm not sure if you are exposed to those luxury, if you're a person who consume these things because of different theologies, and I'm not too sure.
Yeah, delicacies, Kazal. Delicacies. And I love delicacies.
On a Sunday morning like this.
Yes. This one is just hitting the pad and picking up a single down to fine leg, waiting for a signal from the umpire. Signal leg by there. So another run to Lord, who has been there from the start. Seems to be playing the sheet anchor role for St. Lucia. Lord. Poyet comes on strike. The sun has left us momentarily. And we are here in some rather overcast conditions. Good conditions for bowling, fast bowling, as Johnny continues to operate here for St. Vincent. Short down the leg side, another extra delivery being bowled here.
The right and left combination will pose a threat. And one of the things I spoke with the coach with with the management team for St. Vincent, and he said one of the things that they have a struggle with the bowlers is to control those extras. So he was saying that as soon as you were able to get some control to those extras, then they would have been in a better position maybe in the tournament.
And there goes another extra delivery outside the off stump. Johnny just losing his line and length there in those couple of deliveries. And we spoke about those extra deliveries being bowled during this tournament. We have seen it from all the teams. Level of inconsistency with the fast bowling. Also the spinners, they contribute as well.
Well, I would not. I've been a spinner myself. I don't like to be mean to spinners, you know. But I would say the majority of the work I've seen here during this tournament, and I've watched some of those games as well. Another wide down the leg side, so Johnny losing the radar a bit here for St. Vincent. And as I was saying, the spinners seem to be the one who have really championed the course of this tournament. If you look at Avarinder Bishu from Grenada, he would have had some over 10 wickets in the tournament so far. When we look at for St. Lucia here, the last game that they played here against Dominica, and the spinners were the one who curtailed the run scoring.
Again down the leg side, keeper takes that. So the change of angle doesn't work for Johnny. Continues to bowl those extra deliveries. The score moves up now to 44 for 2. St. Lucia. Poyet and Lord at the crease. Poyet getting a half century in the first game. The only ones to find the tournament. He's on strike. Johnny trying to get his rhythm and radar right. Still again down the leg side. Not taken cleanly by the wicket keeper. And they ran through for another single. Really a painful over being bowled here by Johnny.
Yes, I think the captain need to go across and just have a word with him, as not sure as to what would cause Johnny to lose his radar. Not too sure if he's comfortable from that end as well.
Johnny continues, try to get things right here. This time is further down the leg side. And really struggling here is Johnny.
Yes, and now the right-hander comes on strike because of the extra. He turns down the leg side.
He has this sort of slingy action. And it just comes from the top. He has to look at that as well. The ball comes out of his hand. And you really have to look at his bowling arm as well. If you look at him from this vantage point, you're not seeing that hand going up above his head and him aligning himself properly. So that's probably an issue where he come and uses his shoulder most of the time to bowl.
Well, I see the captain and the vice captain run across and give him some word of advice as to change the length. Sorry. So, end of the over. Thought it would have never really come to an end.
Well, that brings the Johnny over to an end. And not barring that, Johnny picked up a wicket earlier. That breakthrough.
That's it so far.
Getting that wicket of Louis out of St. Lucia. The chief scorer so far for St. Lucia this morning. Going out caught at square leg. So that's the end of the Johnny over. Would we see him again? I'm not too sure if Skipper Charles would give him another opportunity on.
Well, I think if you have to do that, I believe in switching the ends and bringing from this commentary booth end to see how much he's comfortable.
So Lord, who has been there since the start of play, seems to be playing the sheet anchor role for St. Lucia. Poyet. Poyet, he batted opening batter in the first game, really, for St. Lucia and scoring that half century. Today he's batting at number 4. Just a shift in the order. I think St. Lucia looking for some stability in the middle. They brought him down the order and see how well he could apply himself. He's there with Lord for St. Lucia, looking to take St. Lucia to as much as possible in this 50 over aside in the Windward Islands Winlott Super 6 tournament here, being played in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Another wide delivery being bowled by the fast bowlers for St. Vincent. Haksha continues, and this seems to be an issue in this tournament, really. When you sit down and you look at the scorebooks and the amount of extra deliveries being bowled, you would have something to say about that, Kaznal.
Yeah, they're struggling very much in terms of, I'm not too sure if it's the new ball that brings that problem when it comes to bowling at an early stage. One of the things that they should be able to do now is more focus on getting that ball on the wicket first and then lining that one stump to stump. That should be the first thing that the coaches, I believe, would have instilled in them. Then the others will come as the game progresses.
Haksha, good delivery. That one hitting uppishly. And the man at short extra cover comes in. One bounce to him. But that was a better delivery from Haksha. Haksha just pulling out of that one. Not too comfortable. He has done that a couple of times this morning. Not too comfortable in his run. As the clouds just hang over here at Cumberland. Pretty dark. Haksha around the wicket. Bowling to Poyet. This one is beating him outside the house. There's a loud appeal. Up goes a finger. Poyet has put an edge on that one into the keeper's glove. He's playing again. And St. Vincent pick up wicket number 3. A good delivery there by Haksha, and Poyet goes back to the pavilion.
Yes, and that's the thing. The first ball that he bowled, it went down wide. And then from that, he was encouraged to bowl just about that off-stump line. And then he naturally nagged that line. And this one was a hint of inward movement, because you have seen that the keeper taking that one a bit as if he's heading down leg, and that inward movement really took that thin edge, causing St. Lucia to lose their 3rd wicket.
Well, wicket number 3 goes. That brings Thais. Jeremiah Thomas. Jeremiah Thomas to the crease. He will be partnering with Lord. St. Lucia, 48 for 3. 8.3 overs bowled. Current run rate 5.65. Projected score 283. 283. So Haksha has picked up 2 for 21 so far. Thais Haksha 2 for 23. So he's been the pick of the bowlers for St. Vincent and the Grenadines this morning. And he has done a good job. Other than those extra deliveries, he has bowled pretty well with some pace as well.
Yes, clearly. I liked his rhythm. I like the way he has been operating very well. And clearly shows that he has some work to do in the future for St. Vincent and by extension the region. Captain Jordan would have to quickly make some decisions here, whether he has to give him an extra over or quickly invite the spin.
First delivery, forward in the approved manner. No run. Haksha continues to bowl well for St. Vincent. 2 scalps so far.
To note to our viewers that St. Vincent and the Grenadines and St. Lucia is not even far apart. We could actually stand from a distance and see it's a 20 minutes flight by aircraft to St. Lucia. And you can say that we are neighboring each other. Sometimes it makes me wonder if the Grenadine island of Bequia, which is the largest one here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, sometimes St. Lucia tend to be closer on a given day. But it's not. It's not. And if you're more in the northeast and the northwestern side here in St. Vincent, you will see the southern coastline of St. Lucia. You see the hill called Molishik here in Vieux-Fort. This one is a full toss, punished, deserved what it got, because it was well thrown up there for the batsman, and whether you're a new batsman or old batsman, it should be punished and got full.
Yes, that was a loose delivery there by Haksha, and really Thomas pouncing on that, pulling it through mid-wicket, hitting it with some authority as well into the fence for 4. So 4 runs to him, and that brings you over to an end. And at the end of 9 overs here, St. Lucia, who have been inserted, they are now 52 for 3 here, St. Lucia. 9 overs bowled. Jeremiah Thomas, he's on 4. And Daniel Lord, he's on 3. Tyrese Hackshaw, he has 2 for 25 for St. Vincent and the Grenadines as the sun comes back here at Cumberland with a drizzle.
Don't be dismayed by the drizzle. That is something that is expected. It is said in the basics in agriculture when you were in school that wherever there's a forested area, it attracts rain. I'm not too sure if you still have that theory. I'm not by no expert by means. This one is
hitting the outer portion of the bat, cuts it down to backward point. He's back for 2 Lord. 2 runs completed. Score moves up now to 54, sorry. So not in control of that shot really, but picking up 2 more runs.
It was wide of the man at point, Bob. So you have to do some treasuries. The third man is very fine.
So there's a change in bowling. It is Tittle who comes on for St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Johnny has been given a rest. So Tittle comes on here, the man from the Windward side of the island.
South Rivers, to be precise, or Park
Hill.
Rivers. Okay. And the thing I like about Tittle is that I knew him from a very small lad. Well, he's small by stature, but his father, Delroy Tittle, works as a policeman in the Royal St. Vincent and the Grenadines police force here. And when he was working in Springville, his father, he used to speak highly of how much his son loves the game and he would like him to go on to play for the national team. And here he is.
Well, Tittle, knew him from about 10 years old, youngster. He's small in stature. Tittle, Zach Thomas, and also Bob, Alston Bob. Those are youngsters who came to the system, pretty young, came into it, and they're here now representing St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Tittle continues. This one is ill-directed down the leg stump. Another wide signal by umpire. So I've just been told by our scorers there have been 23 extras, bowling a total of 55. This one is punched nicely through backward point. He's off for 1. He's looking for 2. Noel says his compatriot, he ran rather slowly for that first run. And really, if he had came back for the second one, he would have been in some trouble there, Casnell.
Yes, but one of the things I believe that he looked at is the personal string. Bob is one of the most experienced player here, and he would have seen how effective and Bob has been, and he did not try to take on the arm of Bob.
Well, he's safe. Good call by his partner, Tittle. Outside the half stump, taken by the wicket keeper. Good delivery, better delivery that is.
I think he also have the name Delroy Tittle, like his father.
Well, the legacy must continue. Big up to my brethren, Tittle. Your son is here representing. Always good to see. St. Lucia inserted, 57 for 3. Forward. The sun comes out in all his glory. That brings us over to an end. And after 10 over, St. Lucia 57 for 3. 57 for 3 with Thomas on 4 from 5 deliveries and Lord 6 from 20. He's been there from the start. Tittle has bowled his first over. He haven't gotten a wicket. But the chief destroyer this morning is Hackshaw. He got 2 for 25. And there's a break here at Cumberland. The first 10 overs have been bowled. And we will take a break here in the commentary booth as some refreshments has been provided by our good friend Casnell Morris. We will take a break here. continue. So, unfortunately for Haksha, he now goes to the medical department where they would look at that finger and see what could be done to assist him. He's off the field and there's a change in bowling. Automatically, there has to be one. Unfortunately for the youngster, the number 12 for St. Vincent, that's
Matanaya Stephen.
That's his cousin.
No, that's not my cousin. I helped out with his training work leading up to the tournament. We came down here many times and did some work. I'm Morris, he's Stapleton.
Well, I know your parents didn't carry the same surname.
But there's a lot of Stapleton throughout this North Leeward terrain. Rosal, to be precise, which is one of the highest living point here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Chateaubelair. So if you scope around, you will find a lot of Stapleton around these places.
He's in. Good delivery, pitched up on the leg side. Billingy not interested in that. Not out, says the umpire. It's a good start there by the youngster. Bowling in the required areas.
Yeah, and it shows good control from this end. He started the new ball from the river end. What you and Mr. Charles have been alluding as the Chichi end for a long time this morning, which you're correct.
You can't be mentioning Chichi and don't have any Chichi around, cause now
there is, you know.
Pains me.
There is, but it's not prepared. I believe Mr. Charles is the one who should be held responsible, because he said he was down here up to last week getting Chichi and he got. So he should be here, Chichi, as he overcomes to an end.
So at the end of this over, it's what, 57 for 3. St. Lucia, 57 for 3. After St. Vincent winning the toss and insulting the St. Lucians. And something to note as well, that the St. Lucians have not batted second in this tournament so far. And they are the only team who have batted 50 overs for the tournament.
Yes. The first game also, they were skittled out for 186 where there was no result. So that also was cut to 40 overs due to rain, but they were skittled out just before. And just to note for viewers who may wonder what we're talking about in terms of Chichi in French, for the Lucians they call it titouille. So tittle to continue. Very gentle, medium, as you would say, gentle. I don't know how gentle that could be.
I had a coach before, he would say you're bowling rollers. But that's Tittle. He's doing a good job so far for St. Vincent, keeping things tight, hitting the right line.
But something I've always wanted to ask Martin, how do you differentiate fast medium and slow medium? Is it because the bowler is running off?
It's the speed of the delivery, really. It's not lobbed, hit the wickets and slides.
But there are spin bowlers who could stand up, like, for example, Marlon Samuels. He used to bowl very fast from the stump.
Strong arm.
Right. So what would you call that? And he would sometimes bowl faster than those who... this one is a lofted shot over the top of cover. It's going out to the rope. It will get some golf bounce and stick up right there, because there's a bit of heavy part of that outfield out there. So they come back for two more to the total.
It's a positive shot there by the youngster. Pitched in his half, lobbed really, and he just choked that over the cover. But the heavy outfield stopped it from going into the fence, and he picks up 2 runs. 2 good-looking runs there. So there has been a change in the field. The third man comes up, and the mid-on goes back.
And it's given. It's given out. This one, he was swiveling in the crease and struck in that area that we will not be able to mention on air. But the umpire, I adjudicating that one, giving Tittle his first wicket here at Cumberland. And St. Lucia losing their third.
Well, that ball was pitched and he went across the line, missing, and the umpire raised his index finger, and St. Lucia have lost wicket number 4 here.
4, yes.
LBW, Tittle. So 59 for 4 St. Lucia after being inserted. St. Vincent going about their work slowly but surely, doing the job that is required, the fast bowlers. And just something to note as well, Casnell, that these fast bowlers, they have to bowl a maximum of 20 overs.
I'm not too sure if they can.
Well, that is a requirement. From the 50 overs, they have to bowl 20 of those 50 overs. So I'm thinking here that the Vincentians are trying to get rid of that 20 overs rather quickly up front. I've seen that implemented by the Dominicans, the St. Lucians, and also the Grenadines.
So for the viewers' sake, is it 20 before you could introduce the spin? Or they must catapult 20 in or less spin? You
must bowl 20 overs, the fast bowlers. During the game, you must bowl 20 overs.
But what St. Lucia has to realize is that their current run rate is good. It's just above 5. And it's just the wicket column is of great concern, as we see that heavy cloud now is going to come from the Rosal side, and the groundsman should be parading the ground. This one is angling down leg, so extra again to the total.
Another extra delivery.
So Tittle asking a question, and that one is wide again.
Well, the extras have been the main contributor this morning for the St. Lucians, and they continue to bowl extra deliveries. Really, rather ill-disciplined bowling here by the youngsters. Yes, they are learning their craft. They would make these mistakes, but as I said, as you go along in your game, as you continue playing, you should get better.
And you've been talking about delicacies since morning. A lot of persons in the stands have broadcast the delicacies. Some of the St. Lucians are here. I know that the St. Lucians would have just concluded a Jeune Creole event. That's where you have local produce being served up, like what we will call ground provision here, ground like dasheen, but the event is called Jeune Creole. This one right on target brings the over to an end. St. Lucia, they are 61 for 4.
Well, 61 for 4 here, St. Lucia, being inserted by the Vincentians. Slowly but surely they are getting to that place, but St. Vincent has done well with pulling them back, pegging them back, really taking a wicket at crucial juncture. After losing that first wicket in the first over, they came back, a good partnership between Lord and Louis. And then things sort of fell apart there. And then the last wicket there, a shot that was ill-advised really, playing across the line. He lost his wicket to that shot. And that's a bad start here for St. Vincent and the Grenadines. But St. Lucia, as you said, their run rate is pretty good, but they have lost 4 wickets in the process. As we see the ground staff move towards the covers, it's getting a little bit dark here at Cumberland. At the back of our pavilion here, the rain has already ventured over the hills. As Stapleton bowls for St. Vincent. Full delivery that was driven. True backward point. A lovely shot. The best one so far for the day. Full toss. And Lord smashed it through backward point. Sweet shot that is for 4 runs.
Yeah, the thing I like about that shot, he did not try to overhit it. He just tried to place it, and even though the outfield is a bit solid, he allowed the shot to just caress from the bat. So the umpires have adjudicated that they're not going to allow the rain to get too much here, and they are calling for the covers. Yes, the ground staff is now pulling the covers on, and just to recap things, a 65 for 4 St. Lucia into the 13th over. Lord, he's 10, and Eden Scholar still yet to come off the mark, and the pick of the bowlers so far, and is Hackshaw, 2 for 25, but he's off injured from a return catch effort that he put down earlier on. So until we get some play back here, it's not goodbye. I don't like to say goodbye, but we'll be back shortly to give you an update as to where we are and if we have live actions again. So good afternoon. Welcome back to the Cumberland playing field where we have live coverage here for continuing for this the Winlott Super 6 under 15 tournament where we had a long break due to the inclemency of the weather due to rain, and this is so because the St. Lucians won the Vincentians won the task this morning and posted the St. Lucians to bat. They only could have mustered 12.1 overs, and they were 65 for 4 when the rain interrupted. But now things have resumed. We will only have an allotted 22 overs to go, just to bowl 22 overs per side, and because they are into their 13th, which means that they have some 9.5 overs to go. We still haven't commentary here. Charles, a long break. You already?
It's certainly a long break that has really put a damper in terms of the spirit. But these youngsters, they have a job to perform, and they're back in the middle. They have to pick up the slack from just where they left off.
Well, quickly, Mataniah Stapleton will continue here from the commentary booth. And he remember this morning they started at the River End. And he will continue from this the commentary booth and play is about to on its way. Lord, the batsman on strike, he's 10 from 27, and Scholar still yet to be off the mark. He had just faced 2 deliveries. So Martina is starting with just outside Arsenal, the line. Nothing to trouble the batsman.
Well, certainly, I think he was on track, but it's really going to be interesting to see the sort of approach that St. Lucia would take from here, having just about 9.4 overs remaining.
That's why it was very important to always keep a healthy run rate this morning, even though it was the early morning moisture and that sort of thing in the wicket. Another thing that the pace bowlers here have to be mindful of is that wet ball on the grass. It has really poured here, not heavy but intermittently.
It was a steady drizzle.
Yeah.
So some water must be on the outfield, but they would have to keep that ball as dry as possible.
Well, we see the captain number 15 who has a rag in his waist. A couple of the players also, number 2, also have a rag. Delivery from Martinez. So good start from St.
Very
Vincent
good start
so
indeed from Stapleton, and that's what St. Vincent and the Grenadines need at this particular stage. He's keeping it full and straight, not giving him anything loose, and just what the doctor ordered at this stage.
So Martinez, who hails from Spring Village, just about say 15 minutes by foot up in the village. And, he's really looking to perform here. Some of his relatives are around to watch him, so he will want to leave this tournament on a good note, as well as say here.
Coming out from their last game in the preliminary rounds, certainly really played well, and I think the youngster in Zach Thomas really went about his job in a very professional way. And in the end, St. Vincent and the Grenadines came home with a 1-run victory. But it was really a very good performance from the St. Vincent and the Grenadines bowling attack.
Well, it will be very interesting to see, even in the attack for St. Vincent, how they will approach the run rate. Because most of these batsmen for each team really started very slow. It was only St. Lucia here at Cumberland in their first game. They started with a bang, with a very and they started with a good healthy run rate again here. But the other teams, Grenada, Dominica, St. Vincent, they really started very slow.
Slow start. Well, from what we have seen throughout the tournament, very slow start, and it's going to be pretty interesting. They would want to keep the score as low as possible. Good delivery, a bit high, a half-hearted appeal, and it finally comes to an end after that long break. And what, 66, 67?
66 for 4.
for 4 after 13, some 9 overs remaining.
So we are seeing the introduction of spin. The captain Charles himself is going to take up the attack. He should be very comfortable bowling in these conditions. He's from this area. He have played a couple of matches on this wicket, to be precise, this Eastern one. And he will be more favorable for this now instead of having the pace on to slow things down.
So they would have to muscle the ball rather than using the pace of the bowlers. But not only that, Charles played with North Leeward at the Premier Division level, so he has had some experience, and he would want to bring that to bear in this tournament, because, as we would normally say, he plays big man cricket.
Right, big man cricket it is, and he has a very rich vein of experience, as you rightly, in the capacity of his age now, because he have played T20s. He have played some version of the 2-day that we normally play here in St. Vincent. And his first, there you go, that leg spin, that one turned a lot there. Had the batsman Scholar bumbles.
Well, I think the keeper standing back a bit, had he been close to the stumps, that he could have effected a stumping.
It's a bit short, pulled out to the mid-wicket region. It should be cut off. So Scholar is off the mark. A bit short, that one.
Well, it's typical for the leg spinner. You always find that pull one down every now and again. And it's still early days yet in his spell.
Come on, wicket.
So a bit of adjustment to the field. The man at square that comes a bit in front of the umpire. So clearly he's looking again, another one beaten outside the off stump. So a quiet start from St. Lucia. Nothing we have seen as if they want to up that tempo to bring that total just over 110. Could be very challenging here.
Maybe he say, let me get my eye in once again, because he was off for a very long time and just trying to get a feel of it. But very soon they definitely would have to take the attack to the bowlers if they are going to get up to anything resembling 100.
110, 120 will be very interesting here. And as we will say, this is two springmen operating on their own turf.
That's what it is.
So quiet start. End of the first over, just one from it. 67 from 4. And I believe I will see an introduction of spin. I'm not too sure. Well, Matt and I will continue.
It appears as if Matanaya will continue.
So that run rate, that was just over 5.5. Now below 4, just above 4.5. So the Lucians will have to make sure that they get into their work very quick.
Yeah, so they have pulled things back, the Vincentians, and they are looking to pull it further back and try to minimize the total. Certainly they would want to chase something like 18 and not getting much more than 80, 85, because getting up to 100 can be a pretty ticklish position.
Change of bowling now. We're seeing Bob comes into the attack. Yeah, Matanaya will finish his spell due because of the reduction
in overs, so he has to come out of the attack, and Bob will now do battle.
Well, the thing for St. Lucia is that Daniel Lord has been there for some 36 deliveries. He should be the one to more capitalize the scoring now, because he has to at some point make useful runs so that the St. Lucians could have a chance scoring over 120.
Well, definitely a lot would rest on him. He has been there from the very inception. He opened the batting, so he would have to take the fight to the bowlers. So a new bowler into the attack. Let's see what he will do.
This one, he's muscled over the mid-wicket region. The first 6 are there for Scholar. And Scholar saying that I've had enough. I've looked on, and I see how things are. So 6 runs to Scholar.
Well, he got a gift, really full toss, and he capitalized, and he really hammered that over mid-wicket and went all the way for 6 of the game.
Yes, and it's a full toss. It was well hit. And right away, Bob will have to get into his work quickly and somewhat restrict things. This one is a bit wide. So we have 7 from one ball.
So pressure on the bowler immediately. And certainly he would want to finish strong. So 1 delivery, 7 runs, 1 legal delivery. And yes, there is on target now. That was hit straight to extra cover. Zach Thomas fielded.
So clearly we're seeing some aggression from Scholar, who is looking to get things on its way. I'm not too sure if he will be the one to be the aggressor in the batting, and Lord will just be watchful.
Well, Scholar maybe he has gotten the license.
So another extra to the innings.
And I would want to think there's some 20-something extras already.
That's a very close one.
Yeah,
that one is very close.
I was really kind of surprised that the umpire had his arms outstretched.
And this one is in the air. Could be taken by Jordan. He's dropped it. He's dropped it. He got there on the dive. But my goodness me.
I think he was a little hesitant getting in off the long off boundary. And he in the end, he was trying to take it very low, and it bubbled.
And so a jump catch there for St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Oh, this one is bowling a bit faster, so it brings it over to an end. And end of the 15th, 7-7 for 4.
So 7 overs remaining, 77. And 77 for 4, 7 overs remaining, still 6 wickets in hand. And certainly Scholar looks as the one who is going to take it to the bowlers.
Well, he's striking at 100, Scholar. He's 8 from 8. And Charles to continue from the river end. So a long midfield discussion as to who to take the innings. I'm not too sure if that is the discussion there. So here you go. This could be close. And better mix up there. But they are safely back. Communication there gone wrong, but they are safely back home.
Well, I'm impressed with Thomas and the throw from the boundary. A very good throw, and it reminded me so much of his father. Strong throw, and really very good arm indeed.
So it's downfield, down to Slater. So clearly the both batsmen seem as if they want to get business on. So singles coming here for the Lucian, 80 for 4. Good control by Captain Jordan. He's bowling some leg cutters.
He's not afraid to toss it up and saying, hey, you want it, come at it. And really has been pretty tight so far.
Yeah, and I think with that he's looking to extract turn as well. He's looking to see how much rev he can get from that ball after it pitches. Being a leg spinner myself, there's a difference when you have that ball skid through. It does not do enough turn as if it is looped in the air.
So you want to bowl the slider?
Well, that could be a surprise one as the over comes in, and it's 81 for 4.
Casnell, any update in terms of Haksha?
Yes, he was given, he was sent to the Smart Hospital for further medical attention. It appears that he has a sprained little finger, and he has to get further attention than what is provided here from the medical team.
Good. So we see Zach Thomas coming into the attack, taking over from Bob. And really, I'm interested to see his approach because he really goes about his job in a rather mature way.
So Thomas, it's very good to know that he has taken over. The spin attack now is really operating, and it's about overrate, giving St. Vincent enough time to bat.
Because it gets dark rather quickly.
In these conditions, because the sun sets on the west here, so if it is a sunny day, then you will get the sun very late, as to 6:15, 6:20. But where it is under these conditions, overcast and cloudy, then it will be very dark
And
quickly.
it's also the Christmas season.
That's to add to it. You're going to Kingston to get some shopping, Mr. Charles? Ball him! The change of ball has done it, and St. Lucia have lost their 5th wicket.
Well, I did say I am interesting to see his approach and how he's going, because what I've seen from him in the game against Grenada, he bowled wicket to wicket. That old adage, when you miss, I hit. There it is, wicket to wicket, wild swing, lost his off stump in the process. And that's the sort of wicket that the Vincentian wanted.
Well, they've lost the wicket of
Lord,
who have been the somewhat of a solid rock for the St. Lucians, and the new batsman now for St. Lucia is Janelle Williams.
Yes, Williams. And he makes his way out to join Scholar.
Thomas, all the breakthrough, and all the wicket to his name in his spell.
You did. You had it the other way though. He was the one that knocked it. He was the one that you were saying to lock it because he
Hold him!
Again!
So he's on a hat trick. Zach Thomas.
And he gave the back turn.
Yes.
Yeah. It went straight on with the arm. And lost his off stump once again.
Yes, and that's a good delivery because it took a hint of turn. It did not actually go on with the arm. It actually took a slight deviation, and I believe it because the ball took an outer edge, as we saw that nick. And Janelle, who did not really stay long, has to go. It now brings the captain, Sheldon Wiley to the crease.
Well, when I going back to Thomas and the game against Grenada, he picked up 5 wickets and 3 or 4 of those wickets were bowled. So he has that tendency to hit the stumps, and it tells you that he's bowling straight.
So Zach Thomas is on a hat trick. St. Lucia now is 81 for 6. 81 for 6. So it appears that he will come through the umpire and come around to the left-hander. This one is outside the stump, so a rejected hat trick there from the St. Lucia.
Well, it was a short of a length delivery, and Willie had time to play it off the back foot, and but no run, so Thomas will continue. So he should be buoyed by that success.
So finish to the end of the over.
Very successful over for Thomas and for the Vincentian.
2 wicket maiden.
Double wicket maiden.
So 81 for 6.
So it would be good to see Charles getting a bit jealous. Get something in that 4th column.
Right, that's why I had to call him, because he had it all wrong. So you're supposed to show the person's face when they're running to throw the ball. You listening? Right, so we're going to make a correction. Like right now,
So Charles to continue. This one is muscled out of the ground, well, over the ropes. And a good 6 there from Scholar.
He has some power there.
Of course.
Personnel. Clear defense with consummate ease.
With ease, as you rightly call it, consummate ease. He did. All he did was pick it up and land it over the ropes. A welcome 6 there for Scholar. He moves on to 16. And he's in there. He's going again. It could take some catching. 3 men converges and it drops straight in the middle. Oh, a comedy of errors end up in a run out.
Really poor cricket on the part of Willie. He should have been running for all his words. Seemed to be ball watching. And really, Scholar. And he has to make his way back.
It's so unfortunate. He was really beginning to excite the few crowds that is here, the few St. Lucians that is here, and it ended up into him have to go back. And the captain's very disappointing, doing some ball watching. It's something that the coaches would be taking note of.
Definitely,
you
have
being
to
a
take
coach
note
yourself,
of that.
a management
Yes,
team would have
you
really.
have to take pay some attention to that.
That would have been a big discussion
Yes.
in your camp.
Yes, definitely. You don't give away a wicket like that. It's Christmas season. Yes, a lot of gifts go around, but it's not the sort of gift you want to give away at this particular stage. You run the first one. You're taught to run the first one hard, and so it gives you that opportunity to come back for the second. And really, that was 3 players converging, and it fell smack in the center.
But it was good. It was good awareness too from Zach Thomas, who realizes that the batsman is out of his crease. It now brings Nathaniel Joseph to the crease. St. Lucia have lost some 3 wickets so far since they have in quick succession, since they have resumed session here. So Charles to continue. So it is a mixed bag, because you have seen a couple of boundaries, 6s, and the person who have done that this time is pulled behind square. It should go into the hands of Matt, who cleans it up. And St. Lucia should be looking to get over 110, 120 now.
Well, most definitely. You have to look to get up to that total. We're in over number 18 there. I think there's some 4 overs remaining after this.
And the running between the wicket will be very crucial from here on, in that they have to know when it's a 1, when it's a 2, when to turn the 1s into 2s. And that communication will be very vital.
Critical to the success of the innings. And dead ball signaled by Edwards. Heavy set Edwards at the river end.
This one is slightly still, but it has not cost them anything. As the over comes to an end, over number 18, some 4 overs to go there, 91 for 7.
91 for 7, 4 overs remaining. You want any calculated guess in terms of
I look at 125.
You get them one. I'll give 110.
Okay. Well, the projected score from here on is 111, but I know in the last 2 or 3 overs, batsmen tend to up that tempo.
Well, Thomas will continue, and if he can pick up a wicket here, and I would want to think that it will be a struggle getting up to 110.
Well, so final power play here is still Zach Thomas to continue. Zach really showing some talent here, and he's a household name when it comes to under 15, even in grammar school where he attends. He's known for his cricket in that school.
Well, I think he has been around for a long time. Got into the under 15 at around age 10.
Okay.
So he has been playing now for 3-4 years.
A ball him! Zach Thomas. This one is a bit slower, and that's what I like about it. He looped it, and it was a bit slower. And by the time that Joseph was able to get his bat down, the stumps were rattled back to the keeper.
I like his approach. Personally, he has that mature way he goes about his job, and that's it, his 3rd wicket, and all have been bowled.
So he knows what he's cut out to do.
Exactly. So he bowls stump to stump. When you miss, I hit. And he has really pulled things back for St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Well, the umpires had a lot of dressing to do to the wicket because they have been rattled enough by Zach. And St. Lucia is really put to the sword here under some pressure there, 91 for 8.
Well, Cousin, the umpires didn't have some work to do for a very long time. So I think Thomas is keeping them a little busy.
Yes, he should.
So that they can stay alert as well.
As a matter of fact, to note as well that no run have conceded yet from Zach.
From Thomas?
From Thomas, sorry.
Gee, well. So he has three wickets for no run. And he's in over number 2.
And to the way I'm seeing the feel that is set, it appears that you're not going to get any runs so easy from him.
Unless he strays on the leg side.
Oh, this one is covering up. So Emmanuel now comes to the crease. Jean-Claude
Emmanuel.
Jean-Claude Emmanuel. And this one, full bat being presented. So clearly, the way he's bringing his bat down shows you that he has some sort of pedigree in batting, Emmanuel.
Zach is giving absolutely nothing away.
3 straight maidens.
2 maidens, 3 wickets, no run. 91 for 8.
Well, this 9th wicket partnership will be crucial for St. Lucia. As a matter of fact, this 9th wicket partnership was the partnership that really took the game away from St. Vincent in Park Hill.
In the first game.
Yes, and because Wiley in himself, Emmanuel in himself could really help the run scoring here. As you see, Scholar himself is there, he's 18 from 14.
And he shows that he can hit the ball a long way. good work on the long on boundary. That was a full toss, a tug down to long on, and he came in and fielded very nicely and had the return right back to the bowler. 92 for 8 and cool conditions.
Well, what looked like a 125 now looks 110 the way things are going, and the projected score is 105. But I like to give batsmen that edge. You know, sometimes you will get a little extra.
Well, I think you are very ambitious.
I love St.
But
Lucia.
you're
So
optimistic.
I love St.
Certainly.
Lucia. This one is expansively driven out to cover misfield.
And can't afford to give away any extra run at this particular stage of the game.
So I just spoke about extra runs.
Umpire commentators curse.
Yeah. This is a good evening to the people in Mikud, VG and VG Highway persons. In Barbino. So, a wide down leg.
Come on, captain. And see, he has had that one offline, losing the radar. 95. Some 2 overs remaining after this.
And the captain, Charles, is a very passionate player for cricket. I will tell you this as the over comes to an end. It's the 20th over, 95 for 8, St. Lucia batting. Charles have really played a lot of cricket in and around Spring Village, as we made a mention of. But what is also interesting to note to you, Mr. Charles, is that he alone will come here at times and just do shadow batting in the nets. Just do shadow batting for over 25, 30 minutes.
I think he shows the passion he has for the game.
He has a very high passion for the game.
And with that sort of attitude, you expect to see that player coming to the fore, rising and developing his own game.
As a matter of fact, he would normally message his personal trainer, Winston Savage. This one is muscled. And the threat right now to St. Vincent is Scholar.
Well, Scholar decided, I'm not going to have you bowling these maiden overs. I'm going to take the attack to you. Good use of the feet and a good bat swing over long on, clearing the boundary. I think that's his 3rd 6.
And that one brings up the 100 for St. Lucia. So Scholar stays at 1-2 point, backward point here and gets 1.
So Scholar looking pretty good.
Yes.
But I think what they need is to get him off the strike and try to take out the others.
Oh,
but we see the ground staff moving to the covers. Casnell, your area again. You can see the rain drifting in from the hills.
Yes. What is good to note is that this rain will be light. It's not the heavy one that you have to be concerned about as a attempt for run out. So he wants to get Scholar back onto the attack.
So it's 103.
103 for 8. Oh, Scholar down, swing.
Really winding up behind that one. But Thomas pulled it back a bit. And he got that inside edge, getting a single to that short, fine leg area. But his intention is clear.
Oh, of course. It's the last 1.1 over. So clearly there's no man at short, fine.
Well
it could be 3.
Should get at least 2.
3 is a run out. 3 is...
Oh, he bubbled it and he would have surely been run out.
Definitely, had not been the error there from the keeper, it would have been a run out. 3 was always a run out.
But you called it very early. 3 is a run out. And he was really attempting that 3rd run. And the keeper in the end bubbled it. And he was able to get back into his crease.
Well, the last over will be taken by the captain as you see the ground staff they're looking quickly to get the last over in, and Charles will not be able to bowl anymore.
So he has pulled himself out of the attack. And who is it? Bob.
Bob will bowl the last one. Scholar is on strike for the St. Lucians. He's there 27 from 18 deliveries, and it will be interesting to see how he approaches this last over. This one, wide signal by the umpire, so wide to start, and that's a good approach. That is not bad. If you are going to go, let's Scholar attack, you have to bowl him wide of the off stump. Oh, swing and a miss.
Miss stump.
Yeah, I think the condition now is because he's pushing them through, Bob, and also that the rain, the glove could get very
They're sliding on and like. So it's a difficult situation.
This one is down the track. It could be taken. Slater is dropped it.
And giving away a second run there. And
my goodness me.
Now 109. I projected 110.
Yes, 109. Down. Oh, Bob again. Another jump catch, but that one is much challenging to take, as this one was hit powerfully, and then it appears to be another injury to the St. Vincent batting bowler. Sorry,
I think he was brave.
Yes,
to attempt to take that, but it really came back like a tracer bullet.
So that one more too of a stinging blow. So this one is going out to the point boundary, so they want to have Scholar on the attack.
He's not going to run.
30 from 21. He's looking to get it in here because of the rain, and 111 for 8, and just 2 more balls to go. Down the ground again. This one will go out to the boundary row up. 4 more to Scholar, and he's really schooling.
He's turning it on.
He's schooling the batsmen, the bowlers here for St. Vincent. 115 for 8, which was 80 for 8 at one point. It's now 115 for 8. So 34 from 22, 115 for 8. It should be the last ball here. Again
he puts his hand to it.
So this one is coming back for the second. And
they will get a third.
Well, it could be. So it's a run out on the third one. So St. Lucia, yes, he would have been able to make it.
But it was a very good approach by Scholar for St. Lucia, really.
Yeah.
And I think Bob may have hurt his hand as well in the process.
I think the problem there is that he used his left hand to... stop the first one, and then his right to stop this one, and clearly he have injured his hand. I believe that would need some ice.
He's really in agony.
Yes, he's grimacing deeply. There you see it. He's grimacing, and my goodness me, and Scholar was hitting that ball very hard.
Well, certainly, Scholar, he really hit the ball hard, and the fielders got some blistering in the process. That was it, very, very firmly indeed. And 2 occasions back to Bob, got his right hand to one, got his left hand to one, and in the end looked more hurt than we initially anticipated.
Well, it's all about battling for St. Vincent and Grenadines. But that's the story that was wrote here. St. Vincent and Grenadines versus St. Lucia, vying for 3rd place with a rain-affected match, which is now reduced to 22 overs. St. Lucia 117 for 9 after their 22 overs. The last wicket coming through a run-out route there. But the batting of Scholar is really the highlight for St. Lucia.
Definitely. And I'm certainly impressed with the approach of Scholar, a rather mature approach. He took it to the bowlers in the final few overs. realizing that I'm the one who can clear the boundary, and he did so on a couple of occasions, really muscling it over the ropes and pushing them to a total that they can defend. And I think they would feel very comfortable that they can defend this total.
And Zach Thomas, he really came in and restrict what could have been a 131-40 total.
Well, initially you had projected 125, but had it not been for Zach Thomas, that could have easily been reached. But he came in, pulled things together, and picked up 3 wickets pretty quickly. But in the end, Zach Thomas had cleared him for 6. But in the end, a pretty tight spell by Thomas, and really helped St. Vincent to minimize what could have really been a runaway train from them, really.
Well, the covers are on here again at Cumberland. Based on how I could assess this condition, this rain is going to be here for about in the next 10 to 15 minutes or more. So it will be another hole up again.
And it could be another reduction.
And it could be a reduction, a further reduction. So I'm not too sure what will be the total, the revised total, or
we'll have to wait and see.
There's a possibility of any sort of action again, but until that has come to us here, it's a goodbye until we speak again, Mr. Charles.
Well, welcome back to Cumberland Playing Field. We have some bad news for you this afternoon. The umpires have gotten together and the weather is so bad that they have called this game off, and that's the end of the Windward Islands Super 50 tournament here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Unfortunately, we have to abandon play here because of the weather. And really, we were set to have an exciting game here, exciting finish between St. Vincent and the Grenadines and St. Lucia. Just to let you know what occurred earlier, St. Lucia was inserted by the Vincentians and they scored 115 from 22 overs. And the Vincentians, they were set to bat, but unfortunately the rain is coming. With me is Casnell Morris. Casnell, good tournament, good finish. Unfortunately for the Saints today, this game couldn't come to an end.
Yeah, it's a premature end, and it would have been really nice to see a result today. However, we have things that we don't have control over. The rain really took the result today. Also, the tournament in itself has been one to show many talents and many ability for the future of the region. I'm very much impressed at the leading run scorer so far in the tournament, that of Nelson of St. Lucia, and followed by Fontaine. Nelson, who have the only half century in the tournament as well. So clearly the St. Lucians played some very good cricket. Unfortunately, they are vying for third and fourth position. But I believe, to me, if I was to pick a team that stood out, if I have to pick a team that stood out, for me personally, I would say the Dominicans, who really played some good quality cricket.
Yeah, they played a very good tournament, the Dominicans. They started badly, but they came back as a team and did pretty well. They were in the finals today against Grenada. I'm not too sure what is happening with that game, but as we said here in Cumberland, the game has been called off due to rain, and unfortunately we have a premature end here. We just want to say thanks to ITFX Digital Solution for being with us, and for my fellow commentators, Casnell Norris and Cecil Charles. We are signing off here at Cumberland. We thank you for viewing, and we do wish you a Merry Christmas and a bright and prosperous New Year if you don't hear from us again. And really, it was a pleasure bringing coverage to you from St. Vincent and the Grenadines, the land of the blessed, the gem of the Antilles.